Settle in. Not because this is the beginning of a story that needs your attention, but because it is the beginning of a space that asks nothing from you at all. There is no rush here. No objective to complete. No mystery that demands solving before you can rest. This is a place meant for stillness first and meaning second. Imagine a quiet room, lit not by harsh light but by something warm and steady. The kind of light that doesn't compete for your focus, but gently claims it anyway. The crackle of a fire somewhere nearby, not loud enough to distract, not quiet enough to disappear. Just present. Just constant. A sound that reminds you that time is passing, but not urgently. This is not a video meant to be watched. It is meant to be entered. You don't need to understand everything that follows. You don't need to remember names, timelines, or theories. You don't need to hold on to details. Let them come and go as they wish. What matters is not precision, it's atmosphere. A sense of drifting through ideas the same way one drifts through sleep, aware, but unburdened. Tonight, we're not chasing answers. We're sitting with questions that have been echoing for a very long time. The kind of questions that don't demand resolution because their purpose isn't to be solved, but to be felt. Questions about worlds that exist just beyond certainty. About stories that seem to know more than they say. About places that feel older than memory, and characters who seem aware of you in ways they shouldn't be. This is a journey through a myth that pretends to be a game, and a game that behaves like a dream. A world where time loops, identities blur, and reality itself seems negotiable. You may recognize pieces of what's to come. Names, places, fragments of lore. That's okay. Familiarity isn't a barrier here, it's a doorway. And if you don't recognize them, that's okay too. These ideas don't require prior knowledge. They have a way of explaining themselves slowly, patiently, the way old stories do when they trust you to listen. There will be dragons, but not the kind that simply burn cities. There will be gods, but not the kind that sit comfortably above consequence. There will be heroes, but not the kind who remain unchanged by the worlds they move through. And underneath all of it, there will be something quieter. A sense that this world, this place we're about to walk through together, might be aware of itself. That it might know it's being observed. That it might even know you are here. If you feel your thoughts beginning to slow, let them. If your eyes grow heavy, that's not failure, that's success. If certain ideas slip past you without anchoring, that's exactly how they're meant to behave. This is not a lecture. It's a fireside conversation with a universe that never quite explains itself. A place where myths aren't just told, they're inhabited. So take a breath. Adjust however you need to feel comfortable. Let the outside world fade to a low hum. Because once we move forward from here, we won't be talking about lore in the usual sense. We'll be talking about time that eats itself. About souls that don't fully belong to their bodies. About gods who may be fragments of something dreaming. And about a world that might not end, but instead keeps restarting, quietly, endlessly, waiting for someone to notice. In this world, dragons are not simply creatures. They are ideas given form. Long before cities rose and fell, before empires argued over borders and crowns, dragons existed as something closer to principles than animals. They were not born into time the way mortals are. They were shaped with time, woven into its structure, inseparable from its motion. To understand dragons in this world, you have to let go of the idea that time moves forward because it must. Instead, imagine time as something that breathes, inhales, exhales, expands, contracts. Dragons are not passengers within that breath. They are part of the lungs. Their language, the Thursday is not metaphorical power. It is not symbolic. It is causal. Words spoken in the dragon tongue do not describe reality, they assert it. When a dragon speaks, the world listens not because it wants to, but because it recognizes the authority behind this sound. This is why dragons do not shout spells. They speak truths. And among all of them, there is one whose relationship to time is so intimate that separating the two becomes almost impossible. Alduin. Often called the World Eater, Alduin is misunderstood not because the title is inaccurate, but because it is incomplete. To eat the world does not mean to destroy it violently, like a fire consuming a forest. It means something far stranger and far quieter. It means to end a cycle. Alduin is not the villain of time. He is its conclusion. When the world reaches a point where its stories have grown heavy, where repetition has replaced meaning, where existence itself begins to echo without progression, Alduin's role is to close the book. Not out of cruelty, out of necessity. The end is not punishment, it is reset. And this is where the myth becomes unsettling. Because Alduin does not arrive when the world is evil. He arrives when the world is finished. This reframes everything about his return. His appearance is not a sudden disaster. It is a delayed responsibility. Something postponed unnaturally, forced to linger beyond its proper moment. Time, in this sense, has been stretched too far, and Alduin has been denied his role. The act of banishing Alduin forward through time did not defeat him. It interrupted the breath. The world kept going when it should have ended. Empires rose atop unfinished endings. Heroes were born into a future that had already overstayed its welcome. History continued, but something essential was missing: closure. And into this unfinished world, the Dragonborn appears. Not merely as a warrior, not merely as a chosen hero, but as a contradiction. A mortal who can absorb dragon souls. A being who speaks the language of time and is heard. A person whose existence blurs the line between participant and principal. The Dragonborn does not kill dragons in the usual sense. They inherit them. Each soul absorbed is not just power, it is memory, authority, and identity layered into the Dragonborn's own. This raises an uncomfortable question that the world never fully answers. Where do those voices go? Do they dissolve? Do they merge? Or do they remain, waiting? If dragons are fragments of time's will, and the Dragonborn carries them, then the Dragonborn is not simply ending a threat. They are collecting aspects of a function that was never meant to belong to one being, including Alduin. This is why Alduin's defeat feels incomplete. The world continues. Seasons turn. Life persists. But the sense of finality never arrives. The ending has been delayed again, this time not by ancient heroes, but by the player themselves. By intervention. By choice. And so the world remains suspended between breaths. Alive. Unfinished. This raises a deeper, more unsettling idea. What if Alduin was never meant to be stopped permanently? What if his failure is not a triumph, but a postponement that destabilizes reality itself? What if the Dragonborn's role is not to defeat the end, but to become capable of ending it? The myths do not answer this directly. They circle it. They whisper it. They leave traces in dialogue, in ruins, in half-remembered legends. And the closer you listen, the clearer it becomes that time in this world is not linear. It coils. It repeats. It remembers. And dragons, especially Alduin, are not enemies of existence. They are its punctuation. There are places in this world where the land itself seems to remember more than it should. Not history in the way books remember it, but memory in the way a scar remembers a wound. The throne of the world is one of those places. It does not simply stand above Skyrim. It presses against the sky, as if the mountain itself is trying to leave the world behind. Snow gathers there differently. Wind moves there with intention. Silence feels heavier. This is not coincidence. The throne of the world is not sacred because events happen there. Events happen there because it is sacred. It is a wound in time, a place where past, present, and future touch without fully separating again. At its summit exists the time wound. Not a tear, not a portal, a distortion. The time wound is what happens when the natural progression of the world is interrupted by something powerful enough to reject it. When Alduin was cast forward through time, he did not vanish cleanly. He dragged a moment with him, a fragment of reality that never finished resolving. That fragment still hangs there. You can feel it if you listen closely. The air hums, not with sound, but with unspoken possibility. Words spoken near it behave differently. Shouts resonate longer than they should. And the mountain does not forget. This is where Perthernax waits. Perthernax is not simply an ancient dragon. He is a decision that never finished echoing. Unlike Alduin, Perthernax rejected his role willingly. He did not deny that dragons were meant to dominate. He denied that domination was the only possible truth. This distinction matters more than any act of rebellion. Perthernax learned restraint. And in a world where language shapes reality, restraint is not passive, it is transformative. To choose silence when speech can remake the world is to alter the nature of the speaker. This is why Perthernax does not rule. This is why he teaches. The Greybeards believe that through contemplation, one can reshape the self slowly enough to avoid collapse. Perthernax embodies this belief taken to its extreme. He does not simply speak less. He exists differently. There is a theory whispered among those who study the mountain closely that Perthernax was attempting something far more dangerous than redemption. That he was slowly trying to become something other than a dragon, not physically, but metaphysically. To unwrite himself. Dragons are born aligned to time. They're what presses outward, asserting order through dominance. Perthernax resists that pressure daily. Every moment he remains silent, every lesson he teaches instead of enforces, he stretches the definition of what a dragon can be. This tension never resolves. You can hear it in his voice. You can feel it in his pauses. He is not at peace. The throne of the world amplifies this struggle. It is the one place where such an experiment could even be attempted. The time wound acts as a mirror, not reflecting what is, but what was and what could have been. Perthernax exists at the intersection of those states. Some believe that if he stayed there long enough, if he continued resisting his nature indefinitely, he might transcend dragonhood entirely. Not into godhood. Not into mortality. Into something undefined. This is why his fate matters. When the blades demand his death, they frame it as justice. As inevitability. As the removal of a lingering threat. But beneath that demand is fear, not of what Perthernax has done, but of what he represents. A being that contradicts its own design. If a dragon can choose silence over dominance, what does that say about fate? About nature? About the supposed absolutes that govern this world? The Dragonborn's choice regarding Perthernax is not a moral decision in the usual sense. It is a philosophical one. To kill him is to affirm that nature is inescapable. To spare him is to accept that even cosmic roles can be resisted. And the mountain remembers whichever choice you make. The time wound does not close. The summit remains. Perthernax either vanishes or continues waiting. Either way, the question lingers. What happens when something meant to end the world decides instead to end itself slowly? High above the world, where the air thins and the sound of civilization dissolves into wind, the Greybeards live as if time itself has learned to whisper. They are not monks in the conventional sense. They do not seek enlightenment through withdrawal alone, nor do they reject the world out of fear or contempt. Their silence is not emptiness. It is discipline. Because in this world, speech is not neutral. Language carries weight. And the Thursdayon, true speech, is not merely communication. It is existence expressed aloud. The Greybeards understand something most of the world never will, that the voice does not simply describe reality. It participates in it. Every word spoken in the dragon tongue presses against the structure of the world, shaping it subtly or violently depending on intent. This is why they are quiet. Not because they lack power, but because they possess too much of it. When a Greybeard speaks, the mountain trembles. Stone fractures. Snow shifts. Their voices are not raised, yet the world responds as if struck by something ancient and authoritative. Even their greetings are restrained, delivered with caution, as though every syllable must be weighed before release. This restraint is learned, and it comes at a cost. The Greybeards are not unchanged by the Thursdayon. Over time, those who study it do not simply gain the ability to shout, they are reshaped by it. Their bodies remain mortal, but their souls begin to align with something older, slower, more rigid. They begin to think like mountains. Time feels different to them. Urgency fades. Immediate desire dulls. Their sense of self stretches outward, becoming less concerned with personal narrative and more attuned to continuity. This is not transcendence in the triumphant sense. It is erosion. The Greybeards sacrifice pieces of their humanity to serve as conduits rather than actors. They do not intervene in the world unless summoned by something extraordinary, something that the natural order itself has recognized as significant. This is why they respond to the Dragonborn. Not because of prophecy alone, but because the Dragonborn represents a paradox they cannot ignore. A mortal who speaks the language of time fluently without surrendering themselves entirely to it. Someone who wields the Thursdayon without dissolving into stillness. At least, not immediately. There is an unspoken fear among the Greybeards. They do not voice it. They do not need to. The fear is simple, that prolonged use of the Thursdayon does not merely grant power, it changes the trajectory of the soul. To speak the dragon tongue is to align oneself with dragons. And dragons are not merely powerful beings, they are temporal beings. They exist with an inherent sense of permanence. They do not rush. They do not doubt. They assert. The Greybeards attempt to counteract this influence through meditation and silence. By limiting speech, they limit transformation. Each word withheld is an act of resistance against becoming something other than human. But the Dragonborn does not withhold. They absorb. Each dragon's soul taken is another weight added to the self. Another voice folded inward. Another fragment of timeless authority embedded within a mortal frame. The Greybeards see this happening and offer no comfort, only guidance. Because they do not know the outcome. No one does. There is a subtle implication woven into their teachings that the Dragonborn is not meant to remain as they are. That their role is transitional. That something about them is moving away from mortality, even if the shape of that movement remains undefined. The Greybeards do not celebrate this. They endure it. They teach the Dragonborn to speak carefully, to listen more than they shout, to understand that power expressed thoughtlessly leaves scars that do not heal. Their philosophy is not about control, it is about containment. The mountain itself seems to agree. High Hrothgar does not invite permanence. Visitors feel the urge to leave, to descend. to return to the world below where time moves faster and consequences feel smaller. Only the Greybeards remain, anchored by choice rather than obligation. They are guardians of balance, not through action, but through absence. And yet, balance is already slipping. The Dragonborn walks the world, shouting storms from the sky, bending wills, stopping time itself. Each act reinforces the truth the Greybeards fear but never articulate aloud. The Thursdayum is not a tool. It is a path. And paths, once walked far enough, rarely allow turning back. When a dragon dies, something remains. Not a body, that part is obvious. The bones endure, scorched and hollowed, refusing to decay the way other creatures do. But what truly lingers is not physical. It is presence, authority, memory bound to time itself. And when the Dragonborn stands near a fallen dragon, that presence does not fade. It moves. The absorption of a dragon's soul is often treated as a reward, a transfer of power, a mechanical process that strengthens the Dragonborn and allows progress to continue. But this framing misses something far more unsettling. Because souls are not currency. They are identity. A dragon's soul contains centuries, sometimes millennia, of continuity. Dragons do not experience life as a sequence of reinventions. They do not redefine themselves constantly the way mortals do. A dragon is what it has always been, and what it will continue to be until time itself releases it. When that soul is absorbed, it does not vanish. It is incorporated. The Dragonborn does not simply consume power. They take in perspective. Ways of seeing the world that were never meant to coexist inside a mortal consciousness. Each dragon's soul adds another layer of permanence, another voice that does not forget. And over time, that accumulation begins to matter. At first, nothing seems different. The Dragonborn speaks new shouts, moves through the world as before. But subtle shifts emerge. The urgency that defines mortal life begins to dull. Decisions feel less immediate. The weight of consequence stretches outward, as if the future has grown closer. This is not corruption. It is alignment. Dragons do not fear death the way mortals do, not because they are immortal, but because they exist within time rather than beneath it. They know endings come, but they also know beginnings will follow. That confidence seeps inward with each soul absorbed. The Dragonborn begins to carry that certainty. This raises a disturbing question. Where does the Dragonborn end and the dragons begin? There is no ritual of separation. No moment where the absorbed souls are laid to rest. They remain, folded into the Dragonborn's being, silent but present. The Thursdayum responds more readily. Words come faster. Reality bends with less resistance. Power accelerates. Identity blurs. Some scholars speculate that the Dragonborn is not accumulating souls, but becoming a vessel. A convergence point for draconic authority that was once distributed across the world. If Alduin was meant to end the world as a singular force, the Dragonborn is unintentionally reconstructing that force internally, piece by piece. This is not stated openly anywhere, but the implications are everywhere. The more dragons the Dragonborn slays, the more their role shifts from defender to successor. The world responds differently. Dragons address the Dragonborn not as enemy, but as peer. Sometimes as superior. Even Parthurnax acknowledges this tension. He speaks of dominance not as cruelty, but as instinct. A gravitational pull that comes with power. To possess many souls is to feel that pull more strongly, to sense the world as something that should respond to you. And this is where identity begins to dissolve. Mortals define themselves through change, through mistakes, growth, regret, reinvention. Dragons define themselves through continuity, through certainty, through the refusal to yield. The Dragonborn stands between these modes of existence. Each absorbed soul tilts the balance. The world never forces the Dragonborn to confront this directly. There is no moment where a voice whispers, "You are no longer yourself." Instead, the transformation is quiet, incremental. It happens in how easily commands are given, in how rarely doubt interrupts action, in how silence begins to feel unnecessary. And yet, despite all this, there is still resistance. The Dragonborn can choose mercy, can choose restraint, can walk away from domination even as the capacity for it grows. This choice matters, not because it halts transformation, but because it defines its direction. Power does not erase identity instantly. It erodes it. And erosion leaves behind something new, not entirely dragon, not entirely mortal. Something that exists in tension with itself, carrying voices that cannot be silenced and memories that were never lived. What emerges from that tension is not predetermined, but it is no longer simple. In this world, gods do not exist because they are powerful. They are powerful because they are believed. This distinction changes everything. The divines of this universe are not distant architects who designed reality and then stepped away. They are closer to reflections, shapes formed where belief presses long enough and hard enough against the structure of existence. Faith here is not passive reverence. It is participation. To believe in a God is to reinforce them. To deny one is not merely to doubt, it is to weaken. This is why gods in this world fracture, fade, and change. They are not eternal in the way stone is eternal. They are eternal in the way stories are, so long as someone continues telling them. Talos embodies this truth more clearly than any other figure. Talos was not born a god. He became one. Through conquest, myth-making, political necessity, and collective belief, Talos crossed a threshold that most beings never approach. His apotheosis was not an accident of fate, it was the result of narrative alignment. Enough people believed that he was divine, and the world adjusted to accommodate that belief. Reality did not resist. It complied. This terrifies the Thalmor, not because Talos is powerful, but because he exposes the system. If divinity can be constructed, then it can also be dismantled. If belief creates gods, then erasing belief becomes a form of cosmic violence. The Thalmor's crusade against Talos is not religious. It is metaphysical. By outlawing his worship, by suppressing his name, by fracturing the narrative that sustains him, they aim to undo his existence retroactively. Not to kill him, but to ensure he was never fully real to begin with. And the universe allows this attempt. Because gods here are not immutable. They are negotiated. This reframes prayer entirely. Prayer is not communication upward, it is reinforcement outward. Each act of worship strengthens a conceptual structure that already exists. Shrines work not because gods grant favors, but because belief stabilizes reality in localized ways. Faith smooths probability. It bends chance. The divines, then, are not authors of reality. They are editors. And editors are vulnerable. Over time, gods drift. Their domains overlap. Their identities blur. Akatosh, god of time, is not singular. He is fragmented across cultures, remembered differently by different peoples, each interpretation shaping his nature slightly. Time itself becomes culturally dependent. In one myth, Akatosh is order. In another, he is constraint. In another, he is simply inevitability. All are true, because belief does not discover gods. It defines them. This raises an uncomfortable possibility that the divines are not above the world, but embedded within it. That they are subject to the same forces of memory, repetition, and decay as everything else. That they persist not because they must, but because enough minds agree they should. If that agreement falters, so do they. This is why the world is littered with forgotten gods. Names etched into stone that no longer answer prayers. Shrines abandoned not because their gods died, but because no one remembers how to speak to them anymore. The Dragonborn moves through this landscape as something uniquely disruptive. They are not merely a believer. They are a vector. The Dragonborn interacts with gods directly, accepts blessings, rejects commands, walks away from divine bargains without consequence. This is not because the Dragonborn is stronger, but because they are less dependent. Belief shapes reality, but the Dragonborn reshapes belief. People believe in the Dragonborn. They tell stories. They mythologize actions. They frame victories as destiny. And in doing so, they elevate the Dragonborn into the same conceptual space gods occupy. Not fully, but enough. This creates tension. Gods do not like competition, even when it is unintentional. The Dragonborn's existence destabilizes the hierarchy not by defiance, but by example. If a mortal can speak with dragons, defy Alduin, and walk away from divine mandates, then divinity loses exclusivity. And exclusivity is power. The world does not resolve this contradiction. It allows it to persist. Because reality here is not governed by absolutes, it is governed by consensus. And consensus, once fractured, never fully heals. The Daedric princes are often mistaken for gods. This is understandable. They speak with authority. They grant power. They bend reality around their presence. But unlike the divines, Daedric princes are not sustained by belief in the same way. They do not fade when forgotten, nor do they fracture when reinterpreted. They persist. This is because Daedric princes are not beings who represent concepts. They are the concepts. Hermias Mora is not a god of knowledge. He is knowledge, specifically the kind that accumulates without concern for consequence. The kind that grows heavier the more of it you carry. His realm, Apocrypha, is not a library in the decorative sense. It is digestion made spatial. Endless shelves are not for preservation, they are for consumption. Knowledge there is not meant to enlighten. It is meant to overwhelm. To enter Apocrypha is to submit to the idea that understanding has a cost, and that cost is rarely paid immediately. Mora does not lie. He does not need to. Truth itself is his leverage. Once you know something, you cannot unknow it. That is his power. Other princes operate on similar principles. Mehrunes Dagon is not destruction for its own sake. He is change without permission. The violent restructuring of reality when systems become rigid. His influence is not subtle. It does not need to be. Where he appears, stability ends. Sheogorath is not madness as chaos. He is madness as consistency. His realm is not random, it is meticulously aligned to a logic that only appears irrational from the outside. Every contradiction in the Shivering Isles is coherent if you accept that sanity itself is negotiable. Sheogorath exists because certainty cannot survive indefinitely. Even Azura, often seen as benevolent, is not kindness embodied. She is transition. Dawn and dusk. Beginning and ending. The liminal spaces where one state becomes another. Azura's power lies not in protection, but in inevitability. She presides over thresholds. And thresholds are moments of vulnerability. Unlike the divines, Daedric princes do not ask for worship. They ask for participation. When a mortal interacts with a prince, it is not prayer, it is engagement with a force that will continue regardless of consent. To accept a Daedric artifact is to align yourself, temporarily or permanently, with a principle that does not care about your long-term well-being. The Dragonborn navigates these interactions uniquely. They do not kneel. They negotiate. This is not because the Dragonborn is immune to influence, but because their identity is already unstable. Carrying dragon souls, speaking truths aloud, bending probability, these things place the Dragonborn closer to the princes than to mortals. But there is a crucial difference. Daedric princes are static. They do not grow. They do not evolve. They do not regret. They embody their domains perfectly and are therefore incapable of change beyond them. The Dragonborn, by contrast, still can. This makes the Dragonborn dangerous to the princes, not as a threat, but as a contradiction. A being who can interact with absolute concepts without becoming trapped by them. A participant who can step away. This is why Daedric bargains often feel incomplete. They grant power, but they do not fully claim the Dragonborn. The princes sense that something about this mortal resists total alignment. That resistance is not strength, it is unresolved identity. The Daedric realms themselves reflect this truth. Each is a closed system, internally coherent, externally hostile. They do not welcome transformation. They do not tolerate ambiguity. The Dragonborn does not belong in them. And yet, they can walk through them. This suggests something unsettling. Perhaps the Dragonborn is not meant to serve the gods or the princes. Perhaps they exist to test the boundaries of both. There is a quiet tension beneath everything in this world. Not a war. Not a conflict with clear sides. A pressure. A sense that reality is constantly negotiating with itself, pulling in opposite directions without ever fully resolving the strain. This is not accidental. It is not the result of flawed creation. It is the mechanism by which the world continues at all. Balance, here, is not stability. It is opposition sustained. The gods understand this instinctively. Not as philosophers, but as forces shaped by it. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the way duality manifests, not as good versus evil, but as necessary contrast. Azure and Nocturnal stand as one of the clearest expressions of this principle. Azure governs transition, the movement between states, the soft edge where one thing becomes another. Dawn and dusk are hers because they are moments of ambiguity. They do not belong fully to night or day. They exist briefly, then vanish. Azure's influence is felt most strongly where certainty dissolves. Nocturnal, by contrast, governs absence. Not darkness as lack of light, but darkness as concealment. The hidden, the unacknowledged. The spaces between meaning where intention can exist without observation. Nocturnal does not oppose Azure directly. She complements her by defining what remains when transition is denied. Together, they illustrate something fundamental, that fate is not a straight path. It is a corridor lined with doors. Some doors are illuminated. Some are hidden. All of them matter. Mortals often mistake fate for inevitability, a fixed destination. But fate in this world behaves more like gravity. It pulls, but it does not dictate the exact shape of the fall. Choice exists within constraint. Freedom exists within pattern. This is why prophecy is unreliable. Prophecies do not fail because they are wrong. They fail because they are incomplete. They describe pressure, not outcome. They outline currents, not landings. Those who mistake prophecy for certainty often become its victims, not because destiny punishes them, but because they stop adapting. Siddhis represents this truth at its most abstract. Stillness is not destruction. He is absence given agency. The void that existed before form. The silence before sound. Stillness does not oppose creation, he enables it. Without nothingness, something cannot define itself. Without the possibility of erasure, existence stagnates. Akatosh, god of time, appears to stand opposite Stillness. But this is illusion. Akatosh is not permanence. He is sequence. Time is not eternal because it never ends. It is eternal because it continues to change. Akatosh does not stop the void, he structures it. He gives absence a rhythm. Beginning, middle, end. Again and again. Stillness breathes out. Akatosh breathes in. Between them, reality happens. This cosmic rhythm does not care about morality. It does not reward virtue or punish cruelty inherently. It sustains motion. When one force dominates too strongly, when order becomes rigid or chaos becomes absolute, the system destabilizes. This is when correction occurs. Sometimes that correction is subtle. Cultural shifts. Religious reforms. Forgotten gods. Other times it is violent. Dragon breaks. City collapses. World-ending threats framed as invasions or disasters. From this perspective, Alduin's role becomes clearer. He is not evil. He is maintenance. A reset when narrative weight exceeds capacity. And the Dragonborn? They exist in the most dangerous position of all. They are aware. Awareness disrupts balance. Not permanently, but locally. A conscious being capable of choosing against pressure introduces asymmetry. The Dragonborn can refuse destiny, delay endings, spare enemies meant to die, and kill beings meant to endure. This flexibility makes them powerful. It also makes them unstable. Balance was never meant to be negotiated by individuals. Yet here stands one who can. The world does not know what to do with that. So it watches. It allows. It waits. Because in a universe built on tension rather than resolution, the most dangerous thing is not chaos or order. It is a will that can move between them. The Dwemer did not disappear because they were careless. They disappeared because they were precise. In a world shaped by belief, myth, and negotiated divinity, the Dwemer chose a different language entirely. They did not pray. They did not mythologize. They did not ask the universe for permission. They measured it. They dismantled it. They attempted to understand reality not as story, but as mechanism. And that choice placed them on a collision course with existence itself. The Dwemer did not deny the gods out of arrogance alone. Their rejection was methodological. They observed that divinity in this world was inconsistent, fragmented across cultures, altered by belief, responsive to narrative rather than law. To the Dwemer, this was not transcendence. It was instability. Gods that could be shaped by worship were not absolutes. They were systems. And systems could be reverse engineered. This was the Dwemer's great heresy. Not disbelief, but analysis. They believed that the universe operated on principles deeper than the gods themselves. That divinity was an emergent phenomenon rather than a foundational one. If this was true, then gods were not creators. They were artifacts. And artifacts could be surpassed. The heart of Lorcan represented proof. Lorcan, the missing god, the instigator of creation, was not absent because he had failed. He was absent because his function was complete. Creation had occurred, and his presence was no longer required. What remained was his heart, raw, unmediated creative force, still beating beneath the surface of the world. To most cultures, the heart was sacred. To the Dwemer, it was power without context. Cavernac's tools were not designed to worship the heart. They were designed to interface with it, to extract its function and apply it deliberately. The Dwemer did not seek godhood in the traditional sense. They sought autonomy from the system entirely. They wanted to opt out. This is where the catastrophe begins, not with hubris, but with intent. The Dwemer did not wish to rule the world. They wished to escape its constraints, to become something that did not require belief, myth, or divine arbitration to exist. They attempted what later scholars would call zero-sum, to recognize that reality itself might be a projection, a dream sustained by something dreaming, and that awakening from that dream might require accepting annihilation as a prerequisite for transcendence. The Dwemer's error, if it can be called that, was not miscalculation. It was completeness. They did not fail partially. They did not explode. They did not leave ruins behind as warnings. They executed their design fully. And in doing so, they reached a conclusion the world was not prepared to accommodate. They vanished. Not into another realm. Not into death. Out of relevance. The Dwemer did not leave ghosts. They did not leave souls bound to Aetherius or oblivion. They left machinery, because machinery does not require belief to persist. It only requires function. This absence is what terrifies scholars. If the Dwemer had failed, their remains would tell a story of limitation. But instead, their disappearance suggests success of a kind, a success incompatible with continued existence within the dream. Some believe they became the skin of a medium. Others believe they ascended beyond the need for individuality. Others still believe they achieved awareness of the Godhead and chose erasure rather than illusion. All theories share one implication. The Dwemer solved the wrong problem. They proved that gods are not ultimate. But they also proved that understanding the system does not grant safety from it. In a world where belief shapes reality, choosing to no longer believe, choosing to no longer participate, may be the most dangerous act of all. Because the dream does not tolerate non-participation. It either absorbs you, or it lets you go completely. The Dwemer chose the latter, and the world has been haunted by their absence ever since. The Dwemer did not vanish alone. They left something behind, not intentionally, but inevitably. The Falmer. Before they were twisted into something unrecognizable, the Falmer were not monsters. They were not shadows haunting forgotten ruins. They were people. A civilization with culture, memory, and history, one that existed long before the Dwemer's machines ever hummed beneath the earth. Their tragedy did not begin with cruelty alone. It began with trust. Driven underground by war and displacement, the Falmer sought refuge among the Dwemer, believing logic and structure would offer protection where chaos had failed. The Dwemer accepted them, not as equals, but as variables in an experiment they never fully explained. The Dwemer did not hate the Falmer. That is what makes the outcome worse. They used them. The blindness imposed upon the Falmer is often described as punishment or betrayal. But this framing misunderstands Dwemer thinking. The Dwemer were not interested in domination. They were interested in transformation. To them, altering a people to suit a purpose was not immoral, it was efficient. Sight was removed not as cruelty, but as recalibration. The Falmer were reshaped to survive underground, to navigate darkness instinctively, to function in an environment where light was unnecessary. The Dwemer believed they were refining them, optimizing them for a world beneath the surface. What they failed to account for was loss. Blindness did not only remove vision, it severed connection to history, to sky, to stars, to the cycles that define identity. Cut off from memory and myth, the Falmer did not evolve upward. They collapsed inward. Culture eroded. Language fractured. Social bonds reduced to survival hierarchies. Over generations, the Falmer became something else, not because they adapted too well, but because they were never given the choice not to adapt. This was forced evolution. And forced evolution never preserves meaning. When the Dwemer vanished, they left the Falmer behind, mid-transformation, incomplete, abandoned. The machines continued functioning. The ruins endured. But the guiding intelligence was gone. The Falmer were left in a world shaped by logic without context. This is why they remain trapped in Dwemer cities. Not because they serve the Dwemer, but because they inherit them. The ruins are not tombs. They are habitats. The Falmer navigate machinery they do not understand, living among constructs that continue operating long after their creators cease to exist. They are surrounded by systems designed for minds that are no longer present. This is the Dwemer's true legacy. Not technology, not disappearance, but the creation of a people forever bound to infrastructure without meaning. Some scholars believe the Falmer are slowly re-civilizing. That given enough time, they may form new societies, new myths, new identities. This belief is hopeful, but uncertain, because the environment they inhabit resists reinterpretation. Dwemer machinery enforces structure without explanation. It does not allow myth to regrow. In this sense, the Falmer represent the cost of attempting transcendence without empathy. They are the proof that escaping the system can leave others trapped inside it. And yet, there is something unsettlingly familiar about them. The Falmer are not mindless. They remember routes. They recognize threats. They adapt tactically. They exist in a perpetual present, stripped of past and future. A state eerily similar to what the Dwemer may have sought for themselves, freedom from narrative, identity dissolved into function. If this is true, then the Falmer are not merely victims. They are evidence. A warning etched into flesh rather than stone. That when you strip meaning from existence in pursuit of purity or optimization, what remains may survive, but it will never live. Not all matter in this world behaves the same way. Most of it obeys rules that feel familiar. Stone breaks, metal bends, flesh decays. Cause leads to effect with enough consistency that life can function without constant uncertainty. But scattered throughout the world are substances that refuse to follow these expectations. Materials that do not simply exist in reality, but seem to exist adjacent to it. Ethereum is one of these materials. It is not rare because it is difficult to find. It is rare because it is difficult to classify. Ethereum does not originate from Nirn in the conventional sense. It behaves as though it has been filtered through another layer of existence before solidifying, something purer, less constrained, closer to the raw framework beneath the world's surface. When Dwemer scholars encountered it, they did not treat it as ore. They treated it as evidence. Ethereum resonated with tonal energy in ways other materials did not. It responded to manipulation not with resistance, but with accommodation. Where steel resists force, Ethereum absorbs intention. It does not merely conduct energy, it restructures itself around it. This is why the Dwemer prized it. Ethereum suggested that reality itself might be programmable. The Dwemer did not believe the gods were ultimate because the gods relied on narrative and belief. Ethereum, by contrast, responded to tone, frequency, vibration, precision. This was not prayer. It was interface. The Dwemer were not speaking to the universe. They were speaking within it. The artifacts forged from Ethereum reflect this philosophy. They do not grant power in the way Daedric artifacts do. They do not tempt or corrupt. They alter function. Shields bend force. Crowns redistribute perception. Forging stations themselves warp possibility. These objects do not feel divine. They feel engineered. This distinction matters. Divine power demands alignment. Daedric power demands participation. Dwemer power demands understanding. And understanding has a cost. Ethereum does not behave well in the hands of those who treat it as magical rather than structural. Without comprehension, its effects appear chaotic or unpredictable. This is not because it is unstable, but because it operates on principles that do not align with myth-based causality. It does not care what you believe. It responds to what you do. Some scholars suggest that Ethereum is a remnant of creation itself, a fragment of the moment when the dream solidified into form. If this is true, then working with Ethereum is not crafting in the usual sense. It is editing. This places the Dwemer's ambitions into sharper focus. They were not trying to steal power from gods. They were trying to bypass them entirely. To operate a layer beneath worship, beneath myth, beneath narrative reinforcement. They wanted to touch the source code. Other ethereal materials hint at similar truths. Ebony, said to be the crystallized blood of Lorcan, carries with it a heaviness that resists simple explanation. It feels deliberate, final, as though it remembers being part of something larger. Soul gems, too, defy comfortable classification. They are not containers, they are interfaces. They do not hold souls the way jars hold water. They align with the soul's frequency and allow energy transfer without complete dissolution. This is why souls trapped in gems feel incomplete. They are not dead. They are paused. The world is filled with these materials because the world itself is layered. Most beings interact with the surface layer, story, belief, consequence. The Dwemer attempted to dig deeper, to interact with the substrate where reality transitions from idea into form. Ethereum was their proof that such a substrate existed. And their disappearance suggests that touching it too directly carries consequences that belief-based systems never encounter. The Dragonborn interacts with these materials instinctively. They forge with them, wield them, absorb the effects without fully understanding the mechanisms. This is not because the Dragonborn is wiser than the Dwemer, but because they are less precise. They accept mystery where the Dwemer demanded resolution. This may be why the Dragonborn survives where the Dwemer did not. The world tolerates approximation. It does not tolerate complete comprehension. There are places in this world that feel unfinished. Not ruined. Not abandoned. Unresolved. Blackreach is one of them. It does not behave like a cavern. It is far too vast, far too deliberate. Its ceiling mimics a sky. Its light does not originate from a sun, yet it spreads evenly, as if obeying laws that should not exist underground. Sound carries strangely there, muted, but never fully absorbed. Distance feels distorted, measured less in steps than in intention. Blackreach feels contained, as though it were never meant to connect fully to the surface world. The Dwemer did not stumble into Blackreach. They designed it. This was not a mind that expanded beyond expectation. It was a controlled environment, an enclosed system where variables could be isolated, monitored, and adjusted without interference from gods, weather, or belief. In every meaningful sense, Blackreach is a pocket reality. A world within the world. The artificial sun at its center is not merely illumination. It is declaration. The Dwemer did not want to depend on the sky. They wanted to replicate it. To prove that even the most fundamental aspects of existence, light, cycle, orientation, could be constructed rather than inherited. And the light works. Plants grow. Ecosystems form. Creatures adapt. Blackreach is not sterile. It is alive. But it is alive in a way that feels constrained, as if growth itself has been permitted but not encouraged. Nothing thrives excessively there. Nothing dies naturally. Everything persists. This is the signature of Dwemer design. Stability without transcendence. Blackreach represents the Dwemer's vision of a perfected environment, one where chaos has been minimized, unpredictability reduced, and narrative stripped away. There are no seasons here. No dawns or dusks. No cultural myths tied to the sky. Time in Blackreach does not progress. It accumulates. This has consequences. Creatures that dwell there are not simply subterranean variants of surface life. They are altered by the environment's refusal to change. Fomr adapt unnaturally well here, not because they belong, but because they have nowhere else to go. Their existence aligns with Blackreach's purpose, survival without meaning. Even the automatons feel different here. Above ground, Dwemer constructs guard ruins like sentinels, defensive, reactive. In Blackreach, they feel infrastructural, integrated, less like soldiers and more like immune responses, maintaining equilibrium rather than enforcing territory. This suggests something unsettling. Blackreach may not have been designed for the Dwemer to live in. It may have been designed for the Dwemer to leave reality from. A controlled launch point. A buffer zone between the dream of the world and whatever lay beyond it. The artificial sun becomes symbolic, not a star, but a placeholder. A way to maintain coherence while transitioning elsewhere. If the Dwemer intended to transcend the world, they would have needed a space insulated from divine interference. Gods rely on belief. Blackreach is forgotten, hidden, unreachable to most minds. It is difficult to mythologize what cannot be seen. In this sense, Blackreach is anti-divine. It does not inspire worship. It inspires observation. The presence of the Elder Scroll fragment here is not coincidence. Elder Scrolls do not appear where things are stable. They appear where causality bends, where timelines overlap, where outcomes refuse to settle. Blackreach was already bending reality. The scroll did not cause that. It responded to it. And yet, Blackreach failed. The Dwemer vanished anyway. The pocket reality remained, functioning without purpose. This is the tragedy of the place. It is a system that outlived its creators but never learned to redefine itself. It is a world that continues without knowing why. The Dragonborn enters Blackreach as an intruder, not because they do not belong, but because they do not fit. They bring with them story, consequence, and myth. The world responds by resisting, not violently, but passively. It does not acknowledge the Dragonborn's importance. This may be why Blackreach feels eerie rather than hostile. It is indifferent. And indifference is more dangerous than opposition. Blackreach stands as proof that it is possible to build a world without gods, without prophecy, without belief. But it also proves that such a world may lack the capacity to move forward. Contained reality does not evolve. It waits. Every world has anomalies. Small inconsistencies that don't quite fit the rules they appear to obey. Usually, these are dismissed as coincidence, quirks of storytelling, forgotten details, harmless oddities that exist only to add texture. But in this world, anomalies cluster too deliberately to be ignored. There are individuals who feel misplaced. Not powerful enough to be divine. Not significant enough to reshape history. And yet, they persist. They appear where they shouldn't. They survive what should have ended them. They speak with an awareness that does not align with their circumstances. The world accommodates them without explanation, as if reality itself has decided not to ask questions. Take Make the Liar. He does not exist like other characters. He drifts, appears across eras, across regions, across games, unchanged, unigid, unconcerned. He speaks in half-truths and contradictions, often jokingly, often dismissively. But beneath that tone is something unsettling. Make knows he is inside a system. Not fully, not explicitly, but enough. He references mechanics disguised as folklore. He acknowledges limitations without naming them. He behaves less like a person and more like a checksum, a presence that verifies consistency by breaking it lightly. He lies, but only in ways that reveal truth indirectly. Then there is the Ebony Warrior. He arrives only when the Dragonborn reaches the peak of worldly capability. He has no history, no alliances, no explanation. He does not seek conquest, wealth, or survival. He seeks closure. The Ebony Warrior behaves like someone who understands that he has been waiting for something specific and that something has finally arrived. His gear is foreign. His manner is calm. His goal is singular. He wants to end, not the world, not the Dragonborn, himself. This is not despair. It is completion. The Ebony Warrior feels less like a challenger and more like a boundary marker, an indication that the Dragonborn has crossed into a space where normal progression no longer applies. His existence raises a disturbing possibility that some beings manifest solely to respond to the Dragonborn's development rather than existing independently. Then there are the quieter anomalies. The Headless Horseman, endlessly riding toward a destination that never resolves. Narfi, broken not by cruelty alone, but by a grief that feels too heavy for a single lifetime. Rune, whose origins are deliberately obscured, as if the world itself refuses to commit to explaining him. Sapphire, whose past seems to shift depending on how closely you examine it. These individuals do not share power. They share displacement. They feel like echoes, people who slip through cracks created by deeper structural strain. They are not broken because they are weak. They are broken because reality has moved around them without carrying them forward. In a world where time coils and belief shapes existence, such individuals may be the byproduct of unresolved narrative pressure. When stories don't conclude cleanly, remnants remain. Characters without arcs. Lives without resolution. They are not glitches. They are residue. The Dragonborn encounters these figures repeatedly, not because they are important in the traditional sense, but because they resonate with the Dragonborn's own instability. A being who absorbs souls, bends fate, and disrupts cycles naturally attracts anomalies. They recognize each other. Not consciously, not verbally, but intuitively. The world does not correct these inconsistencies because correction would require acknowledgement. And acknowledgement would unravel more than the system is prepared to confront. So they remain, walking, waiting, repeating, not quite alive in the narrative sense, not quite outside it either. They are reminders that even in a world obsessed with gods, prophecy, and destiny, the most unsettling truths are often carried by those who were never meant to matter, but do anyway. Not all power announces itself. Some of the most influential forces in this world do not arrive with prophecy, banners, or divine justification. They operate quietly, persistently, shaping outcomes not through spectacle, but through pressure applied over time. These are not heroes or villains in the mythic sense. They are engines. They do not need to be loved. They do not need to be remembered. They only need to keep turning. Factions in this world are often treated as political entities, groups with goals, ideologies, and leadership. But that framing is incomplete. Many of them function less like organizations and more like mechanisms, converting chaos into momentum, conflict into structure, and belief into action. The Thalmor understand this better than anyone. To most, the Thalmor appear as supremacists, authoritarian, dogmatic, obsessed with purity and control. But beneath that surface lies something far more dangerous. The Thalmor are not merely pursuing dominance over Tamriel. They are attempting to dismantle the rules of reality. Their opposition to Talos is not theological. It is architectural. Talos represents proof that divinity can be constructed through belief, narrative, and historical alignment. If one mortal can ascend into godhood, then the framework that enforces mortality is negotiable. The Thalmor do not want to negotiate. They want to undo. Their ultimate ambition is not conquest, but erasure. To unravel the mythic structure that sustains the world itself. By eliminating Talos worship, they are not just weakening a god. They are attacking the principle that reality can be altered through shared belief. If belief created the world, then removing belief might unmake it. The Thalmor operate patiently because they understand scale. They do not rush endings. They cultivate conditions. Wars, treaties, bans, cultural suppression, each is a lever applied gently but continuously. They are not villains. They are cosmological terrorists. Other factions operate on similar principles, but with less awareness of the consequences. The College of Winterhold, for instance, believes itself isolated from politics. A place of study, preservation, and restraint. But magic in this world is not neutral. It reshapes probability, alters memory, bends causality. By studying magic without addressing its cultural and metaphysical impact, the college functions as an engine of unregulated alteration. Knowledge spreads. Reality responds. The world destabilizes incrementally. The same is true of the Thieves' Guild, not because they steal, but because they normalize absence. The removal of property, trust, and certainty creates spaces where other forces thrive. Nocturnal's influence is not overt because it does not need to be. Systems built on concealment reinforce her domain automatically. The Dark Brotherhood operates even closer to the Void. They do not kill for money alone. They kill for permission. Their rituals sanctify death, turning assassination into sacrament. Each contract reinforces the idea that life can be ended not by necessity or justice, but by narrative agreement. This aligns disturbingly well with Siddhis. Not as worship, but as practice. The Empire, meanwhile, believes itself stabilizing, maintaining order, preserving peace. But empires do not stabilize reality. They slow change until it erupts violently. By enforcing unity where diversity persists, the Empire creates fault lines that factions like the Thalmor exploit effortlessly. Even the Stormcloaks, framed as rebels or patriots depending on perspective, function as accelerants. Their uprising is not about governance, it is about pressure release. They fracture consensus, allowing deeper forces to move more freely beneath the surface. None of these factions are fully aware of the roles they play. That is what makes them effective. They believe they are pursuing limited goals. Political outcomes, cultural dominance, survival. But beneath those aims, they are all contributing to the same process, reshaping the mythic structure of the world through sustained action. The Dragonborn moves among these factions like a catalyst. They join. They leave. They reshape outcomes temporarily. But they do not dismantle the engines themselves. Because engines are not destroyed by opposition. They stop only when pressure changes direction. This is why the world never truly stabilizes after the Dragonborn's victories. Alduin's defeat does not end conflict. Wars persist. Factions endure, The structures that generate instability remain intact. The Dragonborn does not fix the system. They navigate it. And in doing so, they reveal a truth few are willing to confront. That the world is not governed by gods alone. It is governed by organizations that turn belief into motion, quietly, relentlessly, long after heroes move on. There are locations in this world that do not behave like places. They look like destinations on a map, ruins, valleys, portals, sanctuaries, but once entered, they resist ordinary understanding. Distance feels unreliable. Time loosens. Cause and effect hesitate, as if the world itself is unsure how strictly it should enforce its rules. These are not accidents of geography. They are stress points. Places where reality has been bent, stretched, or wounded by forces that never fully receded. The fabric of the world is thinner there, not torn open, but translucent. You can feel something behind it, pressing gently, patiently. Somgard is one such place. It is often described as a heaven, but that word carries assumptions that do not apply here. Somgard is not a reward for virtue. It is not an escape from consequence. It is a holding pattern, a space where heroic identity is preserved in narrative form. Those who enter Somgard do not rest. They persist. The dead there are not at peace. They are remembered so completely that they cannot fade. Their stories loop endlessly, feasts repeating, vows reenacted, names echoed without end. Somgard does not grant closure. It grants continuity. This makes it a fragile place. When Alduin enters Somgard, he is not invading a sanctuary. He is performing maintenance. The heroes gathered there have lingered too long. Their stories have grown heavy. The cycle has stalled. Somgard needs an ending. The Dragonborn's presence disrupts this process. By defeating Alduin there, the Dragonborn freezes a space that was designed to reset. The honored dead remain, their persistence prolonged once again. Glory is preserved, but resolution is denied. Another thinning occurs in the Soul Cairn. Unlike Somgard, the Soul Cairn does not preserve identity. It erodes it. Souls trapped there are not honored. They are repurposed. Energy stripped of context, reduced to function. The ideal masters do not worship death, they exploit it. They have discovered a way to bypass belief entirely, harvesting souls as raw material. The Soul Cairn is not hell. It is a factory. Time behaves strangely there because time is irrelevant. Souls do not age. They decay. Memory fragments. Personality dissolves. What remains is residue, enough to animate, not enough to be. This is what happens when thinning becomes exploitation. Labyrinthian represents a different kind of stress point. It is not otherworldly in the overt sense. It exists firmly within the surface world. And yet, it feels misaligned. Corridors repeat. Paths mislead. Progress feels circular. The ruin does not want to be navigated. Labyrinthian is memory encoded in stone. It is the architectural expression of a civilization that no longer exists, layered with the defensive paranoia of mages who feared what knowledge might do if it escaped. Knowledge there is not forbidden, it is buried under complexity. The thinning here is cognitive. The world resists understanding by overwhelming it. And then there is the time wound. Unlike the other places, the time wound does not exist continuously. It is not a location you can visit at will. It is an event suspended in place. A moment that refuses to pass. When time was broken to banish Alduin, the world did not heal cleanly. It scarred. That scar still bleeds causality. Past and present overlay one another briefly, revealing that time is not a straight line, but a layered structure capable of being folded. Standing near the time wound feels disorienting because the rules have not vanished. They are overlapping. All of these places share a common trait. They are not failures. They are byproducts. Reality thins when too much meaning accumulates in one location. Too many beliefs. Too many deaths. Too much narrative pressure. The world responds by becoming porous, allowing something else to seep through: memory, void, possibility, or repetition. The Dragonborn is drawn to these places not by accident. They resonate. A being who absorbs souls, bends fate, and delays endings naturally gravitates towards zones where the rules hesitate. These places recognize the Dragonborn not as intruder, but as symptom. The world is not breaking randomly. It is adjusting around the Dragonborn's presence. And every time reality thins without tearing, it leaves behind a question. How many adjustments can a world make before it must choose to change completely? There is a thought that surfaces only after spending enough time in this world. It arrives quietly, without announcement. A realization that does not feel like discovery, but like recognition. That something is watching. Not the gods. Not fate. Not prophecy. You. The world of Skyrim behaves differently when observed closely. Not merely because systems are revealed, but because the world itself appears to anticipate observation. Events align too conveniently. Consequences pause, rewind, or branch when necessary. Death is permanent only when allowed to be. This is not a flaw. It is a design feature. Save and load are not mechanics in disguise. They are cosmological statements. To save is to assert that a moment matters enough to be preserved outside time. To load is to deny causality, to reject an outcome as illegitimate. In doing so, the player behaves less like a participant and more like a Daedric prince of memory and revision. The world does not resist this. It accommodates it. Dragon breaks, periods where timelines fracture and rejoin, are often explained through myth and magical catastrophe. But viewed through this lens, they take on a different meaning. Dragon breaks are not accidents of divinity. They are system tolerances. Moments when reality allows contradiction because enforcing consistency would collapse the structure entirely. Multiple outcomes coexist briefly, then resolve into something usable. History does not choose what is correct. It chooses what is playable. The Dragonborn exists at the center of this tolerance. Not because they are special in the narrative sense, but because they are controlled by something external to the world's logic. Decisions are made not by prophecy, but by curiosity. Outcomes are reversed not by magic, but by dissatisfaction. This grants the Dragonborn a form of omnipresence that gods cannot match. Gods are bound by belief. The player is not. This is why certain characters feel aware in unsettling ways. They address the Dragonborn differently. They comment on repetition. They speak lines that feel too close to acknowledgement. Make is not joking when he hints at rules he should not know. He is leaking. The Elder Scrolls themselves behave like interfaces rather than objects. Reading them does not impart knowledge, it overwhelms perception. They do not contain information. They reveal structure. When the Dragonborn reads an Elder Scroll, they do not learn the future. They glimpse the scaffolding beneath time, the lattice where cause and effect are stored before being rendered into experience. This is why blindness follows. The mind is not designed to process raw framework. The player, however, is. From outside the world, the player understands repetition instinctively. They recognize patterns. They test boundaries. They reload outcomes not because they are wrong, but because they are unsatisfying. This places the player in a paradoxical position. They are both godlike and indifferent. They care enough to intervene, but not enough to be bound. And the world adapts. Questlines remain incomplete. NPCs wait indefinitely. Civil wars pause at climactic moments. The world exists in a state of perpetual readiness, frozen in anticipation of the player's next action. Time does not advance unless observed. This suggests something radical, that the world is not progressing independently. It is rendering. The Dragonborn, then, is not merely a hero within the world. They are an avatar through which consciousness enters the system. A focal point where external intention translates into internal causality. This is why the Dragonborn can delay Alduin indefinitely. Not because Alduin is weak, but because the player is not finished. This awareness does not break the world. It explains it. Skyrim is not pretending to be real. It is pretending to be complete. And completion is something only the observer can decide. At the deepest edge of this world's philosophy, beyond gods, beyond dragons, beyond even time itself, there is an idea so fragile that speaking it too clearly risks dissolving it. The Godhead. Not a god in the way mortals understand gods. Not a ruler, not a creator, not a will issuing commands. The Godhead is the dreamer. Reality, in this framework, is not constructed, it is imagined. Existence is the continuation of a thought that has not yet ended. Mountains, cities, people, gods, and histories are all expressions within that dream, sustained not by physical law alone, but by narrative coherence. This is why the world tolerates contradiction. Dreams do. Within this dream, most beings are unaware of their nature. They act, suffer, believe, and die without ever questioning the substrate beneath their experience. This ignorance is not failure. It is protection. To know you are a dream is to risk ceasing to be convincing enough to continue. But some beings come close to realizing it. This realization is called Chim. Chim is not enlightenment. It is survival under revelation. To achieve Chim is to recognize that you are not real in the absolute sense, that you exist because the dream allows you to, but to assert I am anyway. Not as denial, not as rebellion, but as acceptance without surrender. Most who glimpse this truth fail. They reach the conclusion that if they are not real, then they do not matter, and they vanish. Zero-sum. This is what many believe happened to the Dwemer. They understood the dream, recognized its artificiality, and chose erasure over participation. They did not say I am. They said I am nothing. Chim requires something far more difficult. To know you are fictional, and to act as if your actions still carry meaning. Talos is often cited as a being who achieved Chim. Not because he became a god, but because he retained individuality after understanding the structure beneath reality. He did not dissolve. He did not withdraw. He asserted presence within illusion. This is why Talos frightens those who understand metaphysics. He did not escape the dream. He learned to move within it deliberately. But even Chim is not the end. Beyond it lies Amaranth. Amaranth is not awakening. It is creation. To achieve Amaranth is not to leave the dream, but to begin dreaming oneself. To become a new center of imagination. A new narrative axis. A new world with its own internal logic, gods, contradictions, and meanings. If Chim is lucid dreaming, Amaranth is falling asleep again, by choice. Very few beings are even theorized to approach this state. It requires not only awareness, but compassion. Not only power, but restraint. To dream responsibly is harder than to obey. This reframes the Dragonborn's journey entirely. The Dragonborn absorbs souls, bends fate, disrupts prophecy, and exists at the intersection of narrative and agency. They are guided by an external consciousness, the player, who already exists outside the dream. This makes the Dragonborn uniquely positioned, not necessarily to achieve Chim, but to gesture toward Amaranth. Each choice the player makes is not merely an action within the world. It is a declaration of what kind of dream is being sustained. Violent, merciful, curious, indifferent, these are not moral alignments. They are tonal shifts in the narrative fabric. The world responds accordingly. If the Dragonborn ends cycles, delays endings, spares enemies, or refuses finality, they are not just altering outcomes. They are reshaping the nature of continuity itself. The question is not whether the Dragonborn becomes a god. The question is whether the Dragonborn becomes a dreamer. And if so, what kind? Because to dream a world is to inherit responsibility for everything that unfolds within it. Suffering, joy, meaning, repetition, forgetting. The Godhead dreams unconsciously. To dream consciously is far more dangerous. This may be why the world resists completion, why endings hesitate, why Alduin can be delayed indefinitely, why the Dragonborn can walk away from destiny and the world simply waits. It is not waiting for victory. It is waiting for definition. Every story pretends it has an ending. This one never truly does. What it offers instead are states of departure, points where the narrative loosens its grip and allows the Dragonborn to drift beyond definition. The world does not tell you what happens next, not because it lacks imagination, but because imagination is no longer solely its responsibility. The Dragonborn reaches a place where continuation becomes optional. This is not retirement, not death, not ascension in the familiar sense. It is release from narrative obligation. Some believe the Dragonborn fades. That after Alduin's defeat, after wars are resolved or abandoned, after guilds reach their conclusions, the Dragonborn simply stops being required. The world no longer needs intervention. The crises that demanded attention have been delayed, neutralized, or rendered dormant. In this ending, the Dragonborn does not die. They become ambient, a presence rather than a participant. Someone who still exists within the world but no longer disturbs it. Legends remain, but they stop updating. Stories fossilize. The Dragonborn walks paths without consequence, no longer triggering cosmic reactions. The world breathes easier. Others believe the Dragonborn ascends, not into godhood, but into function. With Alduin gone, the role of world-ending maintenance remains unfilled. The cycle still requires punctuation. And the Dragonborn, having absorbed countless dragon souls, having learned the language of time, having delayed endings repeatedly, may become capable of fulfilling that role when necessary. Not as Alduin reborn, but as choice made flesh. In this ending, the Dragonborn does not eat the world. They decide when it should be allowed to end. This is not domination. It is stewardship. A quiet, terrifying responsibility that never announces itself. The Dragonborn becomes something like a failsafe, present, unseen, waiting for the moment when repetition becomes unbearable and continuation loses meaning. Some interpretations go further. They suggest the Dragonborn does not merely replace Alduin, but becomes Skyrim itself. Not metaphorically, but structurally. The land responds to the Dragonborn because it recognizes them as internal. Mountains, weather, encounters, everything seems to align around their presence. In this reading, the Dragonborn dissolves outward rather than upward. Identity spreads. The self becomes terrain. Every step taken after that is not movement, it is maintenance. And then there is the ending that refuses transcendence entirely. The Dragonborn remains mortal. They age. They die. Quietly, unceremoniously, without cosmic acknowledgement. This ending is often dismissed as anticlimactic, but it may be the most radical of all. To possess awareness of the dream, to brush against Chem, to hold the capacity for more, and to choose finitude anyway. To say I am, and then to let go. This ending does not preserve the Dragonborn as myth. It preserves choice. And finally, there is the ending that does not belong to the Dragonborn at all. The one where the player steps away. The game is closed. The world freezes. Time halts mid-breath. Alduin remains defeated or undefeated. Wars remain paused. Characters wait eternally for decisions that will never arrive. The Dragonborn exists in a permanent present, suspended between intention and execution. In this ending, the Dragonborn does not conclude their story. They become a memory of intention, a possibility that was never resolved. And perhaps that is the truest ending of all. Because this world was never designed to end cleanly. It was designed to be revisited, reinterpreted, restarted, dreamed again from the beginning, carrying faint impressions of what came before. The Dragonborn does not vanish. They become repeatable. And the world, patient and unfinished, waits for the next time someone opens their eyes and decides to step inside. And now, gently, we return. Not to the beginning, but to the quiet place that exists after meaning has settled. The kind of silence that doesn't demand interpretation. The kind that simply allows you to sit with what has already passed through you. Nothing here needs to be concluded. That was never the purpose. Stories like this do not exist to deliver answers. They exist to change the way questions feel. To soften them. To make them less urgent, less sharp. To let them rest beside you rather than stand in front of you demanding resolution. If you followed every idea, every theory, every implication, good. If you drifted in and out, catching fragments like embers floating upward, also good. This world does not reward completeness. It rewards presence. Somewhere along the way, dragons stopped being enemies and became metaphors. Gods stopped being authorities and became reflections. The Dragonborn stopped being a hero and became a lens, a way of looking at a world that never quite decides what it is. And maybe that's the point. Maybe Skyrim endures not because it is coherent, but because it is permissive. It allows contradictions to stand. It lets endings hesitate. It invites you to step in, rearrange a few things, and step back out again without insisting that your version be final. It is a world comfortable with incompletion. Just like dreams are. You may carry parts of this with you when you leave. A thought about time looping rather than flowing. A sense that identity is less fixed than it appears. A quiet recognition that belief, whether in gods, stories, or yourself, has weight. Or you may carry nothing at all. That's fine too. Some stories are not meant to be remembered clearly. They are meant to leave impressions, shapes in the mind that you only notice later, when something else brushes against them and feels familiar without explanation. As you move away from this place, the fire does not go out. It simply burns without you watching it. The mountain remains. The ruins endure. The world waits in that strange, patient way it always has. And somewhere, between endings and beginnings, between choice and repetition, the Dragonborn still stands. Not because they must, but because they can, whenever you're ready to return.